can't believe I'm still using the box as a mouse pad. It has discs in it. There's still discs in it. I'm using it as a mouse pad. It doesn't really make any sense if you think about it, but since when has anything I've ever done made any sense at all? Greetings, I'm Pedge, but you can call me Pedgy. I hope you've been having a pleasant time of it recently, and if not, I hope it gets pleasant soon. Maybe I can help take your mind off it. This is going to be another Dungeon Siege 2, so please make sure you're watching the right video. It has come to my attention that the test card has been poking out the top of the screen during the last 2 episodes. Sorry about that. But I think I've got it under control now, by which I mean I'm going to have to manually turn off the test card every single time because I couldn't. I'm 1 pixel short. It's a single pixel at the very top of the screen, so not much I can do about that if OBS is refusing to change by a single pixel resolution. You know, if they could make it bigger, well, I'll figure that out later. This is the first time I've ever streamed in the morning. As you can see in the test card, it's currently 7:47 a.m. Normally asleep. Normally asleep at 7:47 a.m. So, unless I'm still up by then. But I suppose that, if you think about it, that's a meaningless statement, since there's no time at which you'd be awake for a reason other than still being awake. I guess unless that was the second you woke up. But after the first second or two, well, let's not get into it. That's, we should start the game, probably. Okay, so, let's see, I turned that off, and I turned that on. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. And then I'll turn that on, and then I'll turn myself small. Turn that off. And yeah, I think we take it from here. So it's been a while since I saw you last, or perhaps no time at all. In case you missed it, in the last video, we got pretty far, actually. And I'm right there with you in having no idea where we stopped. So let's check the journal. Okay, we've dealt with the Kithraia. Yes, we showed the terrified dryad the severed head of a massive insect. And then I was burning her up in the details. Yes. If the I was burning her up in the lore tab, quest items, severed head, details. Yes. My journey through the Kithraia caverns made me better understand how the Dryads managed to do so poorly in the battle against Valdis's army. You suspect that if a hive of giant insects had chosen to make their home near Amanlu, the local elves would have been much more responsive. That's crazy. I can't believe that they put that in the game. But they did. They obviously did. Alright, so let's take a bit of stock of what's going on here. Enchantable spellbook. Well, He has a rare spell book to begin with. Wow, level 18. We're getting up there. But she's got no good spell books, so give this to her. I mean, let's check with Arcanist Bernard.
Welcome to...
Rainbow Trinket! This is exactly what I had hoped to find. 1,300 gold. Can I put that on armor? No, the only place you can put them is on rings, amulets, and spell books. "12 strength is a lot of strength to lose, as would 6 armor and 10 health, but, you know, less. That would be less hurtful to me. Because that's such an important thing to have, the magical chance thing.
Greetings, friend.
I'll be able to I'm gonna need so many funds. This is going to take the rest of my entire life.
Back to
The Great Silver Ring.
Greetings.
Although that sounds like a chapter in a comic book. The Great Silver Ring. That's obviously not going to go on there. Nor will that. Yeah, so that cost just to put a single one on the ring, added to the cost of the trinket, 1,700 gold. 100 gold. 1,700 gold. And I've only got 2,400.
If Celia says...
So, long story short, this is going to take a while. Yes. Yes, it will. A while. All right. Her boots, for having 3 of 4 equipped, gets 1 to survival, but then one of them also adds to survival in the beginning, plus 2 to survival, which means she's got 3 already, which means Daru can get rid of 1 more in survival. It's a waste of time. Let's not worry about that for right now. We are concerned with basically one thing and one thing only. Money. Money, money, money. So I believe that heading directly to the Kithria Valley will produce the fastest return on mana bushes. I believe it's faster to teleport to the Kithria Valley, where there should be bushes around right here. Yeah, and that looks like it's going to be 5 bushes. Then I directly save and exit. Nice. So now we head over to Arcanist Bernard.
Welcome to...
And we're going to buy his other rainbow trinket. And we're going to sell our mana pots. Nice. Then I've decided what to do. Yes, this is good. Good. Okay, turn these things off. Because I changed anything about anyone, naturally everyone stopped moving. That's my bad. I should have known better. That's on me, fellas. What I was actually trying to do was to give her this. So that I don't accidentally start using the teleporter. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all of the things from the stuff, as it were. I'm going to get my free item. Which in this case was a spell, lesser and case. Which should be basically worthless. Should essentially have no value. Maybe 12 gold. Nothing. I've already said all there is to say. At any rate, after we walk over to this other mana bush, now this one shall take us back to town. And then we take a drink. A fizzy drink. And then we get in the real teleporter. And we go to the Kithria Valley. Where there should be mana potions directly waiting for us. And in this method, I believe we should accomplish our goals most effectively. As we should be gaining a significant number of super mana potions on the reg, as they say. And then every time you save, which I definitely remembered to do, yes. That would be brutal if I had forgotten to save, but I didn't.
Welcome.
We also come here and we see if he's got a rainbow trinket or not. He does not. So we won't bother selling our mana potions yet. And then we'll just do the same thing again. And we don't we no longer have to wait. We no longer need to wait for the summoned creatures to catch up, as they have not yet been summoned, as I removed the spells from the mage's spell books. And then the cycle starts back over again. What shall we get for our random item? Nope. A good spell book. And what's so good about it, eh? It actually doesn't seem that impressive. I can only imagine the shocking price that the rainbow trinkets will exact upon me. I'm anticipating the cost to enchant this ring at being over 10,000 gold. Now, I have no way of knowing this. But hopefully the manner in which I'm performing the repetitive acts shall ensure that by the time we have 6 rainbow trinkets, I will be able to use them all. As Arcanist Bernard certainly does not have the rainbow trinkets every time. Although the rainbow trinkets cost... I thought my nose was bleeding there. No such luck. The rainbow trinket costs 1,300 to begin with. And we're getting, I believe, 14 mana potions every time.
Welcome to...
And there's another one. Oh, the Sapphire Splinter. I'm just curious.
Greetings.
If I only wanted 3 of them on, cost 500, 1,000, 1,500. Yeah, but I don't buy it. It's not linear. Anyway, 14 times 125. What is that number? Well, it'll be 1,400 plus 14 times 25. Now, there's 4 25s in 100. So 14 times 25 would be 350. So every time we go all the way through, we should be making 1,750 gold, which is enough to purchase. Which is enough to purchase the rainbow trinket, but not enough to enchant it. Which is not necessary. Not necessarily ideal. However, as he doesn't have them every time, I think we should be in roughly a good position to acquire all of them at the same time as we have the funds to use all of them. This is my hope. It is perhaps a bit of a fanciful dream, but what isn't? Is life not but a fanciful dream? Now, some naysayers may suggest that just continuing onward in the quest will provide me with all of the gold necessary, as well as more mana bushes. To which I say, ha! Ha! I say. And I say this for one reason and one reason only. The Swole Chihuahua is increasing the chance to find magical items.
Welcome to...
And how is this attained, I hear you ask? By fighting enemies. Which, incidentally, is how you get gold normally. Thus, the act of getting gold by progressing in the quest should be made more effective via the use of the trinket to begin with. So what we want is to I don't want to fight anyone to get the money to get the trinkets. I'll feel like I'm wasting the trinkets. Is this entirely reasonable? Perhaps not. You may have me there. But let it never be said that I was a reasonable man. Because that is something a crazy person would do, and I'm a very reasonable man. Yes, good. And I did manage to get Broken World working with the Succubus mod on my laptop computer. And I started playing the Blood Assassin. And it has come to my attention that the hybrid classes in that game are really just a different way of playing the two physical classes. So you are supported by the magic, whilst you use a melee weapon. No, I'm not going forwards. You use a melee weapon or a ranged weapon, and you're supported by some type of magic. You have an autocast spell that improves your damage or survivability or something, and it automatically splits the experience gained. So you're not actually intended to use spells and the weapon. You only use the weapon, and the spell kind of just happens. And also I thought that it would be like a skill tree akin to this, but it's not. It's a smaller skill tree, and you can only start investing points into those skill trees, like, I think I want to say level, like, 8 or something. So it's certainly intended to be a supporting element. Also, I did not know this. The Broken World add-on that adds the dwarf race to the game. Which is, I just find it interesting that such a thing exists. It's odd that it wasn't in the base game, as a matter of fact, given that it was the only other type of race that a character could be in Dungeon Siege 1, was either a human or a dwarf. You couldn't pick to be a dwarf, but you can recruit dwarven teammates. So it was strange that they weren't included in this game. They were like replaced them with half giants. They went the opposite direction. Which I suppose isn't that crazy. But whatever. Yes, good. I certainly hope I shan't need to do this altogether too many more times. I'd love to know how much it was going to cost in advance, but it's better to have money and not need it than need money and not have it. So even if I waste a few minutes doing this, as I've already wasted 24 minutes doing this, I could stand to waste another few. And I'm not entirely certain as to the efficacy of the manner in which I am performing the actions. However, what I can note with certainty is that it feels like it's progressing more quickly than it was when I was attempting to gain money to get Little Gray back on the team. That felt like it took forever, and this feels like it is not taking that long. So, in a way, it's immaterial. Whether it's actually beneficial. All that actually matters, given that I'm not in reality under a time constraint, what matters more is the feeling rather than the reality. It's like marketing. You don't market with facts and logic. You market with feeling. People are not machines. Even decisions that people ought to base on facts and logic, like large purchases, we end up making mostly on feeling anyway. Because feeling is how we've evolved to protect ourselves. It's highly beneficial not to have to calculate things on the field of battle, so to speak. And thus, many complex decisions are made in the heat of the moment. And it's difficult to avoid letting your, I don't want to say baser instincts, but baser instincts into, I forgot the beginning of the sentence. What a fool. Nope, it's completely gone. I have no idea what the beginning of the sentence was, so I'll just stop talking. What can you do? I suppose. I am somewhat excited to go to the Azionite Desert, as I feel as though I have only been there maybe twice, I think, in my life. We are rapidly approaching the section of the game with which I have no familiarity whatsoever. In fact, I think I've definitely reached the Azionite Desert at least 2 times. I believe I've only made it any significant way through the desert a single time. I believe it was the single time that I made it to Amanlu and then stopped playing. Forever, it would seem. Good lord, man. 3 rainbow trinkets at once. Well, I feel as though I'm obligated in a way to. Oh no, hold on. I need that ring. I feel in a way as though I'm obligated to purchase all of them, even though I only need 2. The reason I feel as I'm obligated to do so is that I noticed that they could be put on spell books. And we know who just received a spell book that they could use it on. That's right, Tar, worst girl so far, Tar, who, despite, I would say her, well, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say something uncharitable, so I thought better of it. But her character model, at least, they spent perhaps more time than they needed to on her features, given that the game is played from a top-down perspective most of the time. Ignore the lack of a neck. That's not present in the base game. They spent perhaps more time than they needed to on her face, given that you can't actually see it given that originally the game was played like this. Can you see her face at all? Because I can't. Only... Okay, why was this man potion
back to
dropped? I don't understand what that was about. Back to brow with my fine assortment of reagents. Not especially. Sorry. What I'm curious of
Greetings, friend.
is if she has a great tome. Etched tome. Perhaps etched tome. Those are powerful enchantments. Yes, they certainly are, but I do not see an enchantable one for sale. In fact, I do not see any enchantable spellbooks for sale. I was just curious about the sale of spellbooks.
Greetings.
Now, let's see what the damage is. 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, no, sensible. 4,377, 7,482. Good Lord, man. That is an incredible difference. Goes from 2,000 to 7,500 with the addition of 2 of these things. Each one of these is worth 500. They cost 500 to enchant. Each one of these costs on average 3,500 to enchant. Although this one is only 2,500. This one is over 3,000. Which means I did the math wrong, but whatever. Point is, I do not have that much yet. And perhaps I never will. What I would like to know, however, is... Oh, I see. So they do cost less to enchant when it's the spellbook. Well, that is good to know, I must say. Doesn't matter how many times I click this box that says do not show this dialogue in the future. It shows it every time. And take her spells out of that spellbook and give her this spellbook. Oh, she's maximized this spell's power with a mere 70 intelligence. I say mere. What am I at? 32. Even 32 makes no sense. It doesn't make sense that it would be that high. Although I did use nature magic once by accident by leaving the teleporter spell on while someone else fought. But whatever. Why is Cold Snap so pointless? Does she have
Please
spells?
take your time.
Does she have spells that are better? Does she have a heal that is not lesser? Lesser Healing Cascade. This powerful heal creates a ball of healing water that bounces to all nearby allies, restoring health instantly. Well, that is very helpful, I must say. Ooh, Ripple, as opposed to lesser Ripple from before. Ice Bolt. Wrath of Magic. It's not bad. Oh, instead of a lesser Bracken Defender, maximized. There's a regular Bracken Defender. 289, 88, 18 per second. Now it's 319, 96, 19 per second. And 5% health regeneration and 10% physical damage reflection. That does seem better, but I don't want it anyway. Sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. Should I purchase Lesser Healing Cascade in preparation for her to be level 19? No. No, I don't think I shall. Yes, I don't think I shall. Now, there are a number of regular mana potions, or regular health potions, that can be sold. As we've collected a great deal of them whilst gathering super mana potions, as there is a bush right next to the mana potion bush. Hopefully, we should be crawling with magic items after I apply all of these boosts. Hopefully. I really hope that the buff affects everyone in the party and not merely the person who actually killed the enemy. But that does mean that in this game, loot must be generated on kill. Thanks. The spellbook sells for literally a single gold, as we just found. So that's excellent. Thank you so much. But in Dungeon Siege 1, given that every single enemy was bespoke, so to speak, there's only one in the game, and once you kill it, it's dead. There's no going back. Those, as soon as the enemy was generated, it had the loot it would have. And, nothing, because there was nothing that would ever change what loot it could have. But in this game, there's a percent, you can change the percent chance for it to drop an item. So when does that take effect, I suppose, is my question. Is it when the enemy is generated in this game as well? Or is it dependent on who kills it? Is the percent chance to drop magic item, is that party-wide, or does that only relate to the party member who actually kills the enemy? I wish I knew. Hopefully it gets all added up. But if not, then I'll put it on myself. As I believe that my character is the most likely to finish off an enemy. Perhaps this is an erroneous assumption, but I'm working with virtually no information, so you can't be too mad at me.
Welcome to
Nothing. But what if I was to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Welcome.
And there's 2 of them. Excellent. Excellent. Let us sell. Yes, it shouldn't be too many more times. I anticipate we will need... Well, it was 7,400. We need 8,700 gold. And we get 1,700 per run. Which means, including this run, we should only need to do 3 more runs. Which should take roughly 5 minutes or so. And then we'll be getting back to the action. Action! Action, man, he's doing action because he's action. I forgot where the chants were momentarily. Sorry, what is a mage's book? Ah, it's a spell book, but for mages. Got it. As opposed to the spell book for fighters or the spell book for rangers. I suppose. Well, I make the joke, but I'm a fighter and I do have a spell book. It's got Summon Teleporter in it. Which is perhaps a dangerous thing for it to have. Now that I'm thinking of it. None of those were the correct action. I didn't want to open the inventory, nor did I want to save. I wanted to generate the teleporter. Oh boy, my nose certainly is stopped up. You'll have to excuse me a moment. That hasn't really helped at all. However, while I was over there, I found one of the feet to the GoXLR, which was missing. Or it's the one I just peeled off. One was missing, so I peeled the one on that side off, such that the GoXLR would not wobble, although it is slightly less resistant to applying forces. It should be more stable nonetheless, which is all I actually care about, given that it is not under a fricative load. I say, as I move it via sliding. But I intended to move it. Save and exit. Let me go back in. So it should be 2 times now. They should be the penultimate mana run.
Welcome to...
Hopefully he actually has the trinkets at some point. This would be my hope. Yes, good. I apologize, that was vile. Retroactively look away. Mercenary boots. Good lord, man. That's virtually nothing. Could you catch up to the rest of the class, please? tar. Is Little Gray going to get even bigger than that? Seems quite big already. But what do I know, I suppose. I'm imagining the wealth of magical items I shall be finding. Which I can only imagine. Though that's self-evident, I would imagine. I must stop saying the word imagine. I imagine I must stop using it. Save and exit. Yep. Yes. Continue. Enlargify. And now hopefully he has the trinket. Yes, he has the final trinket. Now let's sell off what we can to ensure that we are as close to being able to afford it as I anticipated. Yes, if we sold a great deal of things, we could afford it right now. But I don't necessarily know that we should do that. Although, I'm doing it anyway, clearly. That actually might be enough. That would be great.
Greetings.
Oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please. Yes! Enchant the item. Ah. Now I can give this to Tar, who I'm sure would be happy to have 2% health steal. That is truly great. So that's the 30% chance to find magic item, and this is 20%. So hopefully we should be finding 50% more magical items than we were prior to now.
Celia says you're all...
Or even more than that would be ideal. That's too many gold, however. That is great. That's also too many gold, however. Plus 12% nature magic damage versus the nothing she currently has. Oh, one thing that's interesting about the Broken World expansion for this game, it makes the skills worse. Yes. Critical shot and critical strike in this game go 8, 14, 18, 22, 25.5. In Broken World, it starts at 6, and then it goes to 11, and then it goes to like maybe 15.5, and then 18, and then like 21. It's terrible. They realized that just everything was too good. These add 8%, and they similarly go 8, 14, whatever. Not in that game. They're also worse there. Enchantable Great Ritual Staff. Wow, you could put so many Graal's eyes on them. But why would you want to? When you could just get 12% damage right there. Well, that's unimportant. Excuse me. I really do wish that the Jewel of Fire would drop from the Jewels of the Nexus set. But other than that... Oh, guess I should sell that, shouldn't I?
Welcome.
Yes, sell that. I guess perhaps he should put this back on now. And I don't even think that the Bracken Defender is worth it, but the Earthen Embrace should definitely be put back on. Actually, how do we have...
Greetings, friend.
I didn't necessarily look at the Embrace spells that were available. She has Ice Bolt. Wind Embrace, 5% chance to dodge melee and ranged attacks. It seems awful. Summon the Rhinoc. Oh, naturally. Yes, I can't purchase that as it is too expensive. That would make sense. But what if I sold things to make it happen? That is a full-size... No, it's not. That is a baby Rhinoc. Alright. At some point, hopefully it will follow us, yes. Interesting fellow. That should help me out, being the sole melee... Oh, I guess Little Grey is also a member. I was going to say sole member of the Vanguard Squad, but this is inaccurate. Alright, now we're going to the Azunite Desert. And hopefully, set items will be just falling out of people. There's a great deal to explore, and we're finally doing it. After a mere 53 minutes. Oh. Oh. So many damage numbers. I now understand the mod that removes all floating damage numbers like this. I keep the numbers on as long as my computer can handle it. But I can understand why you might not want them. Like, in Vampire Survivors, there's an option to remove the damage numbers. I only do that once there are so many that it's impossible to see anything else on the screen. Because I very much like to know when they do things. They do things? What am I talking about? Ridiculous. Now, I can see that there's a star there, and it's a gold star, which indicates that it is a mainline quest, which naturally means, given that there is another direction for me to travel, I will be traveling in that direction first. Because in this game, despite the fact that most places still are corridors, there is a central nexus of corridors. Wow. I mean, incredible. Already a set item. Thana's companion from... It's a shillelagh. Did they? I don't believe that they've spelled shillelagh correctly, but it's a shillelagh from Thana's Serenity set. Which, 10% chance to find magic. Incredible. Incredible. Wondrous. And 10% nature magic damage and 3 intelligence. I mean, is there a better deal in the world? 50 to 83. 57 to 95. What? How can that be? That's not 10%. That's significantly more than 10%. 83 to 95. That does not make sense. 3 intelligence shouldn't be causing that. Then again, looking at it, it looks like for each intelligence she increases, it deals an additional damage. So perhaps the 3 intelligence really is... Yes, well, it's a good thing we found that. As far as I'm concerned, just finding that was worth all of that. I was going to say something foul. Would hardly be foul, but something vulgar. All of the faffing about at the beginning of the video, all worth it as far as I'm concerned. Just for that. Should have muted for that, I apologize. Anyway, just for this staff, although it calls it a shillelagh, which is inaccurate. It's clearly no blackthorn involved. Just for that, it's worth it. So I shan't reiterate myself too many more times. What? There's truly an unending number of these things. Why are there so many sand reapers? I've heard not to fear them, but I'm not sure why. So many. Oh, a sanctuary door on the outside of something like that. Sorry, what kind of a hyena matron? Oh. I'm taking quite a bit of damage. Or something. Jeweled pendant. Someone grabbed. He did 6 armor. Oh, and a rejuvenation potion. Slow rejuvenation rate, though. 4 armor, 1 intelligence. Just 6 armor. Well, you know, 6 armor is probably better than 4% magic damage reduction. Especially when you consider that she's already getting quite a bit of damage reduction from survival. 25% down to 23%. Yeah, I don't really care. 6 armor is definitely better than this. But it's not as if I could throw away the hero's amulet. Well, break down the door, shall you? Ooh. A good dryad sword. Well, not that good. Explorer boots. Not very good. Question marks did not appear. Rare good gold ring. Good gold ring. For someone who wasn't as epic as me, that might be useful, but unfortunately, I have already enchanted many a ring. Thus, it is not necessary. And that is why you don't go the direction of the main quest. Because you get cool stuff like that. Is that a... What am I looking at? I can't tell if that's a path to nowhere or a river to nowhere. Or like a lake, an oasis, a dried up oasis or something. A scorpion. Annihilate. Gotcha. Oh, they do appear to be everywhere, so I suppose it doesn't especially matter. Doubt I can get through here. Very much doubt. Oh, there is one hyena up here. Well, let's take care of that. Oh, two of them, in fact. When did Little Gray get in front of me? Did I see that right? It felt like he just appeared. Here's a very serious question. A very serious question. If you were looking at the side of the road or something, if you were looking at, you happen to be looking at the footpath or something, and if you just saw someone appear, you were looking, there was no one there, and then as you watched, right where your eyes were looking, a person appeared. No poof, no nothing, they just were walking. All of a sudden, someone was there walking. My question to you is, do you think that you would even notice? Or would you think to yourself that you must have not been paying attention? Because people don't just spontaneously appear. I'm not sure. Oh, apparently we can just go in here, huh? A ruined crypt. Ruined, eh? Normally crypts do not include random pots and chests for no reason. So I can't imagine what ruined it. There's a door over there. And a statue guardian here, and a door back there. This door is magically sealed. It appears to be linked to a nearby statue. Well, thank you for telling me that. What a weird-looking fellow. Statue Guardian. Okay, we'll be leaving then. Nope. Yes, those are level 28. Yes, just escape. Just escape. One annoying thing about having healing spells on autocast is that mages will absolutely interrupt themselves walking in order to recast the autocast spells if you don't continuously click to have them escape. So that was something else, and they're following us. But maybe only some of them are following? 212. Okay, why is it attacking Daru? The worst possible person for it to be attacking. And it dropped nothing. Why would I expect anything less? Oh, she's continuously healing me. Well, that's good. Undead Asianite soldier. Oh, he dropped a ring. The same ring that I already had. Jewel of Lightning. However, 2 to 5 weapon damage and 60% gold dropped and 6 dexterity. That is something that a certain Miss Daru could absolutely take massive advantage of. So, worth it. Worth, as the kids say. I think that demands a celebratory swig. It's a good thing I didn't hit that statue, or I bet all of the doors would have opened at once. Or it would have made the enemies weaker. But that doesn't really make any sense. So we'll come back to that. We'll deal with that after we deal with attack lack. I was just surprised by the banner at the top of the game. Excuse me. The banner at the top of the game that says Dungeon Siege 2, because this game is not in true full screen, it's just maximized. I thought that it was something that it was appearing in the desert. I don't know why I thought this. I was like, oh, what's this? What's this white strip? Okay, well, what's that then? What? A second Savior's Bane. Well, all right. I'll take 25 health, 5% health steal, and 5% health regeneration, as opposed to 5 armor and 10 health. Whatever. It's odd. Not nearly as good as a second Nexus ring would have gone. That would have gone crazy hard, as the kids say. Oh, what are those? That's a Scath Zealot. appears to be a walking hyena. So that doesn't make any sense. And how do I get down there? I don't understand. The bridge is broken. There's nothing I can do. Well... Oh, I see. I went the wrong way. Was actually supposed to go left. Yes, I'm supposed to go down this way. All of what I just did was a diversion. But an amusing one. Yes, get him! Kill him! There's a lot on screen. Good throwing knife. Not good enough for me to care, however. But perhaps some of this stuff can be sent to my good friend, the donkey. The donkey! I'm sure he'd love all of this stuff. Okay, none of it so far has especially taken attention. What about this excellent ring? Virtually, he didn't care about any of that. But, so be it, I suppose. As unite Desert Outpost, as unite Shrine and Windstone Fortress. Oh yes, I'm not actually at Windstone Fortress yet, am I? What in the world? That is very big. Oh, is a Stele Guardian. What do you suppose they are going to say when I meet them? Probably nothing good. But let's find out.
No one welcome here.
Greetings. I come from far away, and I mean no harm.
All mean harm. All mean harm who come here. All want delay.
I know nothing of any stele. Have others been here?
Many others, soldiers, but we serve Azunites. We serve well.
And how do you serve them so well?
We protect them. They are gone, but we protect them. They were strong. We are strong. Their magic is still strong. The Stele are strong.
I wish to see these wondrous things with my own two eyes. This won't get me into any trouble, I'm sure.
You too. You want the Stele? No. We serve with our lives.
Wait, I mean you no harm. Well, never mind. No question marks, even after... Oh, whoops.
No question marks, even after getting this awesome rare throwing star that no one can use because I don't have Deru as a throwing weapon person. Though it's not like I couldn't switch her to it. But there's no reason to, as this is slower and does less damage than her current weapon. So, throw it in the pit. Little Gray actually liked that for once. Now I have a choice to make. I think I think I need to increase my dual wield damage. Attack speed is great, but more damage is more damage. I've always said a bag of substance is a bag of substance, and 20 funds is 20 funds. Now, what a worthless door. I mean, a small child could get over these rocks. What is this door doing? I mean, it certainly prevents me from entering, but I'm a video game character. I'm a cartoon character. You'll never be able to be like me. Me. Oh, it's a tumbleweed. Look at that. Tumbleweeds don't live in the desert, though. That's a myth. Actually, an invasive species. Just taking a look at this scath. It's pretty obviously just a walking hyena. It's not in any way mysterious as to what it is. I'm not sure which of the two paths is the one I want to take. Whichever path it is that I want to take is actually the one that I don't want. What is that? What is this floating thing? What is that? It's really quite bothersome. But I will attempt to ignore it for now. Oh, good dagger. Oh, good dagger. Who's a good dagger? You are. Yes, you are. Oh. Another guardian, eh? Oh, I received the Stella of Life. I sure do love hearing about things instead of seeing them. It's my favorite. Worthless. What about this chest? Almost worthless. And there was literally nothing in that one at all. Cool. Thanks for the health potions. Have fun storming the castle. Oh, that's a bug too. I will say, the outlines, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The outlines definitely make it much easier to see when something has been, when something is interactable. So is he actually dealing like hundreds of damage with that? I guess he could be. 44 to 132. Yes, it certainly is possible. Now, why do I have him on the Death Scythe when the Energy Orb seems to be significantly better? Another poor sot has been hacked. This account was created 2 years ago, but, yes, well, Stream Boo. That's, he got through the, the thing. The blocking, I don't know what to call it. And, sorry Giga Chad is back in town, but you're gonna get banned, so, sorry. Okay. Just had to deal with that because I'm so conscientious. And I guess I'll go up this path now. Now, which stele do I have? I have the Stele of Blindness and the Stele of Life. Or Stella, sorry. Stella! Oh, jumping crabs. Thrusks. Oh. They're that thing that I summon sometimes. They jump, apparently. Mine doesn't jump. Endless sand reavers. Uh-oh. Well, everybody on. There's a man in here. Master Thestrin, it seems. I'll just take the stuff that's here first, though. There is a button in here, so that's probably what he's talking about. All right.
Greetings, traveler. You do not look like a typical soldier. Are you a stranger to these parts?
Aye, this desert is as strange to me as your accent is to any human alive.
Ah, new faces are rare indeed. Be sure to walk with care. This land holds many secrets and protects itself well. However, one with skill may also find priceless treasures.
Treasures? What sort of treasures?
Yes. I thought that might rouse your interest. Well, friend, some treasures are well hidden behind bits of loose stone and sand, though keen eyes can spot them. Others are harder to come by. One in particular.
I get a bad feeling about this, but please tell me more anyway.
My family has lived in this area for centuries, even before it was made a desert by the Great Cataclysm. I am the last of my line, and my old bones are weary of the hot sun and sifting sands. I would see the world before I leave it, if I could be free of my duty.
Yes, I'm getting seriously bad vibes from this guy. Your duty?
Aye. You see, my family's crypt is nearby, and within it lies an ancient heirloom of great power. It was created by the powerful and wise Manu Ostar, who have unlocked the ancient secrets of this world. I cannot leave until I possess it. For safekeeping, you understand. There are many who would use such a relic for ill intent.
What stops you from walking in and taking it?
Alas, The crypt's vault is guarded by an ancient statue with a fondness for riddles. My old head seems stuffed with wool these days. I cannot remember the solution to the riddle. But you look like a bright one. I would reward you well if you were able to solve the riddle and bring me my heirloom.
I mean, I'll solve the riddle, but there's no way I'm giving you the heirloom, loser.
My thanks, friend. The crypt is not far. Go back through the ravine and continue south along the road. Where the road is washed out, turn east and cross the riverbed. The crypt is on a small hill there. I shall remain here, where I may rest these old bones.
Is there anything you remember about the riddle? Any clue, however small?
Well, my family's motto is this: war follows in the footsteps of men, and the abstinence of peace brings evil again. Perhaps it will be of use to you.
Thank you. I will return shortly. Yeah, any of you guys getting a bad vibe from this guy? Like, he's not who he says he is, and if we give him the heirloom that's been safely guarded for who knows how many years, he'll use it for ill purposes, because what does he want with it anyway? What kind of safekeeping could he possibly do with it since he's trying to kill himself for no reason? His story doesn't add up, right, guys?
Alright, that's enough of that. And I'll hit this button on my way out. A secret area has been found. Wow. A great buckler. Primarily eating fighter armor still. That's good. It's a good thing to still be eating. Yeah, give him the gloves and the boots and the dagger. So that he's talking about the place that we were just at, that statue with the riddle. We didn't talk to the statue. We opened the door that had the Bazionite warriors in it. I imagine if we were to reload the game, the door would be closed again. But my imagination does not count for much. And those soldiers were impossibly strong. So we will not be doing that for the moment. What the? That's, a lot of damage was taken just then. I'm not really sure how to prevent that. You know what I mean? I think this is the wrong way. I think I needed to go left, which is actually south. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, there's the... They don't like it when people use healing spells. Still primarily eating fighter armor, that's good. Little Gray's almost grown enough to be opening our pots and pans for us. Which should be a great help, given that I can hardly tell when there are interactable things nearby in the first place. I don't dislike these sand reapers. I don't like sand. What did I just witness? What have I been made party to? They just like walk down from a thing that's not possible to walk on. That's not fair. What is that? It's like a slipstream or something. In the world? What's the difference between a Scath Zealot and a Scath Disciple, you think? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I assume that down the stairs is where the Stella is, and then those guys are guarding the place where you used the Stella. I wonder why it is that no one has come and killed these guys yet, since they seem to be very easy to kill, given that I'm able to do it, and I only started fighting like 2 days ago. Some good funds. Oh, he's been dehydrated. How dare you dehydrate my friend, Little Gray? I think we go back. And I think we buy melee weapons, or melee armor, to feed to Lil Gray until he's fully grown. By the way, currently, he's getting 6 strength from the things. We do not need him to be stronger. We only care about how much armor he has, because he's not... I don't need him to help me kill things. I just need him to literally be a pack mule and then not die.
My metallurgy skills are
Yeah, unsurpassed. I know, I got it. Now, we're actually getting to the point where I could theoretically afford some of these things. Like, this Guardian's Coif actually seems really good. I mean, 7 strength is more than I've got. And the armor is like 12 better than what I've got. Yeah, it's just straight up better. Now, the charged chainmail is also better than what I've got. By a relatively large margin. Stout sorcerer boots of sturdiness. What's a sorcerer boot? Oh, great leather helm. Great leather helm. Okay, he liked that. Enforced sorcerer boots of reversal. 16 armor. That's almost as much as I've got. And 10% damage reflection. I mean, wowza. Sorcerer boots are no joke. What's brutal is that I can't, like, reload to get better things than this. Because then I wouldn't be able to return through the portal. That peaked the mic a little bit, but don't worry about it, okay? I apologize if that messed with anybody. And hopefully I'm clearly audible. I seemed audible in my tests, but I get worried every now and then when I notice that I'm not hitting the end of the green range in the audio mixer in the GoXLR. Or not, in OBS rather. The GoXLR is the thing that's being transmitted. Anyway, so he's definitely eaten more than enough fighter armor, though. I just need to feed him something.
If Celia says you're...
So I've got 3,000 gold. So I can feed him something that costs less than that. I want to try and find something with that's like called great. But I don't see anything that's like that. Heavy crossbow versus a light crossbow. Enchantable good light crossbow. 21 to 35. Wow. Enchantable good throwing axe. Curve bow. Huh. 11 to 19. The range of 9 meters. I don't know what direct parallel that has. It appears to be slightly better than Enchantable Dryad Bow. Huh. Wow. It's quite a throwing crescent. Well, let's just see as a test. Yeah, we're good. He's real close. Boom. It's done. 6 strength, 20% armor. Now he has 205 armor. I still have less than 100. And Little Gray is finally at his full, normal pack mule size. And he's an emanation, Range 4 opens all chests and boxes and breaks all containers around the pack mule at a 4-meter radius. I assume 4 meters. It just says 4. I can't imagine what unit that would be other than meters. 4 feet? Doesn't seem like it would be very useful. So yeah, that's a strong boy. Still only has 3 pages of inventory. I thought he'd get a 4th one there at the end. That's fine. 3 is already quite a lot. But yeah, that was all I really needed. I'm just getting sick of opening boxes without being able to see if I got them all. Now, hopefully, just by walking near them, they should be getting auto-opened. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty epic style. That was awesome. Oh, wait. There's a hole there. Huh? I have the 4 Stella. So why is there 2 caves? What is that about? Also, why is that arrow pointing so far away? Did we just get dehydrated in the desert? Dude, that's dangerous. Don't do that. Okay, I deal 25% less damage for just like 20 seconds? Yeah. Well, I just won't attack then. How do you feel about that? Okay. Now we're good to go. And now pause. An Azunite Cavern. Cool. 12 meters. But what if I wanted it to be 13 meters? Boom. There you go, Daru. I know it's what you've always wanted. A Soul Lance finally deals more damage than Gravebeam by 4 to 11 extra damage per attack, but it costs over twice as much mana. But we'll see how effective that is, I guess. Well, not that effective when he's dying, like being really, really killed. Oh, Scath Cats, look. Finally, we see the Scath Cats. That's sad that we're killing them. They seem pretty sweet. Yeah. How do you maximize Resurrect's power? What does that mean? What do you mean you've maximized this spell's power? Oh, oopsies. Tar has not been helping us fight at all. I guess she's been healing, but she hasn't been, like, dealing any damage. Because she's been set to summon Teleporter. That's might be. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the way to Windstone Fortress. That's the way to the Azunite Shrine. So then the other cave must be the wrong way, which is actually the right way, because it's the way, because there's something hidden there. So I should do that first before I do the main thing. I wish that they'd put a sign up that says this is not the right way. This is a side quest area. But instead you just have to, like, go inside. There's definitely some weird stuff going on in here. Also, what is an Avenger? What does that mean? What's a Scath Avenger? Who is he avenging? Oh. I don't know what I expected. I didn't know why I thought that the Scath Cats would be friendly to me if I opened their door. Wow, there's just nothing in here other than the Scath Cats, huh? Well, sorry about that, fellas. He opens things and opens chests. He does it all. Wow, a lot of stuff is happening. Ironhorn Summon. Interesting. How do I get up there? Wow, they just like can't do anything to us. They're getting totally owned. Yeah, Lesser Gravebeam is obviously way faster than Soul Lance. And it costs less mana, so why would you ever use Soul Lance instead of Gravebeam? I just don't get it. So I guess that actually connects, this cave connects to the other cave. There's just that, like, terrace. So, I guess that makes sense? Yeah, in a way. Now, I recognize that the shrine is the opposite direction to this. However, I want to go find the place where I was just at, because I was just at it, so... I'm not finding enough set items. Come on, guys. I have, like, 60% more find magic item chance than I did before. And I was dropping so many set items earlier. These scath in this cave, not dropping nothing. Well, oh. No, they are dropping nothing. They're not dropping anything. If they weren't dropping nothing, then that would actually be a good thing. But if they ain't dropping nothing, then that's a bad thing again. But not dropping nothing, that doesn't work. You have to use ain't. Because ain't can imply, I mean, it's like both. It both means isn't and also is, depending on context. This is what I have determined to be the case at any rate. I guess I could be wrong about that. Oh, these cat just like were chilling. Oops. Sorry about that, fellas. Okay. Now we'll go to the shrine. Now we'll go to the shrine. Get 'em. Let's get these polygamists. What was that? What is happening right now? Why is there like an earthquake? What was that earthquake about? What was that? That was crazy. Why did that happen? How much health do I have? I do have quite a bit of health. I have 440 health. That ain't nothing. Man, imagine not knowing that increasing your skill in survival and / or natural bond would increase the effectiveness of mana bushes and mana potions and whatnot. That would be crazy. Interesting. I just thought that that looked kind of suspicious. I didn't actually think... What? It didn't... Lesser Chant of Purity. Chanting this at an incantation shrine will temporarily grant any nearby party members with immunity to freeze, stun, ignite, immobilize, knockback, silence, slow, and curses. Interesting. I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. Oh, heavy crossbow and a heater shield. I keep giving them to him as if he can... As if he's gonna eat them. He can't eat anymore. He's full. His tummy's all rumbly. What is that? Plated twisted shale. As opposed to a regular twisted shale, I guess. Oh, they're all dead. Hold on. Run, quickly! What in the world? What is it shooting at? It's shooting at nothing. Oh, jeez. Dang it. Oh, man. What a waste of his power. I used his power right as it was already over. Now, it then automatically targeted this war pedestal and got itself back. But it didn't... And then it continued to attack it, I guess. But it looked like it was pointing at one of these. But I just checked and it wasn't like it was a trigger or anything. So that was annoying. Infuriating, by the way, that changing control of the party member eliminates the... It interrupts the gather everything order. It makes no sense. Why would it do that? Okay, I'm a little scared about what Donkey Boy is going to be doing here. Yeah. I'm not sure how secret the area is. I have a feeling it's going to do that for all of them. Okay, that one was a mimic, though. It has 10,000 health. Oh my god. I'm dead. The mimic was too strong for me. Oh no. Oh, that is bad. We just need to keep drinking potions until someone is alive again. Or we could kill the mimic ourselves without the help of Peggy or Tar. Yeah, looks like that's what we're gonna do instead. And still no question marks. Well, what hood is that? Smoke's Cowl from Knight's Shadow set. 16 health, 5% health regeneration, 4% power recharge rate, 12% death resistance. Well, would decrease both my damage and my armor if I put that on. I will put it on just to see how many set items there are. 5. Also, does it make me look cool? Not even close. It makes me look like a freak. Well, I could do without fighting mimics in the future. And it makes me feel like that became a mimic. I think that a mod made that a mimic, and I think that that mod has made it impossible for this thing to open, because I think that that thing is supposed to open whenever you trigger one of these things. Yeah, that's frustrating. Normally... Oh no, don't tell me that there's a chant, a different mysterious chant. Requuo Malum S. I think that that summons a random enemy. Yeah, for sure, that mimic, that chest turning into a mimic, 100% has prevented me from entering that room. There's no doubt in my mind. So that's very frustrating. That whoever... Oh, no, there it is. There, it opened. Oh, you know what? I bet that if you open that first, it opens all 4 at the same time. So it was fine. But it still annoys me that it was possible for a chest with a trigger to get mimicked. I'd love to find a mimic just when opening a random chest. When opening a special chest, please don't turn it into a mimic. Imagine if the middle one had been a mimic. What would we have done then? Nout. That's what. We would have done nout. There would have been nout that we could have done. Okay, that's pretty annoying. That's pretty infuriating, actually. Well, you guys get off of it. And then Tar, moronic Tar, bring it back up, and then get on yourself. Not... Why is everyone on it? I told you guys to get off. Good lord. In some ways, I'm glad that this game puts everyone on the thing that you're meant to be on. But when it doesn't work, it's worse. It's 100 times worse when it doesn't work, because before it was like it was your own fault. If you couldn't get everyone to be on the platform, it was your own fault. You know, it took some time to put everyone on the platform, but you know, it was up to you whether you failed or not. This, it's not up to you whether you fail or not. You just get owned. And it's like, yeah, good luck, Buster. Interesting. I will deal with that later. I will do the sanctuary doors first. No one knows who created the sanctuary doors, especially because they appear to just be part of other structures all the time. That is quite a good collection of modifiers. 24 to 32 ain't nothing. That is for sure. Okay, that's like the actual thing that you're trying to do. Really, just the one sanctuary door, huh? Nothing else. Okay. Well, let's observe the puzzle, shall we? I guess we'll start with blindness. Interesting. And then next we got sight. I think. No, then we got... Okay, well, it doesn't... I don't really appear to be getting a choice. So I guess we'll do death next for no reason at all. Okay. So there's no puzzle here. They just random weird lines on the ground for no reason. Yep, just random weird lines on the ground for no reason. Awesome. Love it. I thought it was a puzzle.
By the fates, that vision.
What vision? I didn't have any vision.
Never seen such a thing.
Nor I. I should have liked to have lived in the time of the Azunites.
I too wish you had lived back then. A long, long time ago.
Wow, burning her up.
They were great warriors. Imagine how they must have rushed into battle, swords upraised, assailing the enemy. I wonder what happened to them.
They died.
Very clever of you, as it's been 1,000 years since they left this world.
Don't ask foolish questions.
Any question is foolish when answered by a fool.
That's a good line. That's a good line.
Any question is foolish when answered by a fool. Now, what vision do you think they were talking about? Because I didn't have any vision. And the door is opened because I took a map and a mirror off of a pedestal. It just knew that I had done that and that it was time for me to leave. Very cool. Thank goodness everyone actually got on the thing. What is this weird vestibule area? I don't understand. What a great place for the Rhinoc to be. Well done, Rhinoc. Genius. Let me stand right next to it while it escapes and I don't. Okay, we're like coming out into the desert. The Lost Valley of the Azionites. Okay, we're like somewhere else completely now. I'm a level 20 warrior, alright. I'm kind of like the king of the universe, a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in critical strike, because I just think critical hits maybe more important than I realize. How many points do I have? Wait, what is this? When did I pick this up? Athena's Common Gaze. I know that we're in the Lost Valley of the Azionites and everything, but like, can we go back to the stash? This is where the boots are. Whoa! Yeah, the bonus for 3 out of 4 is pretty good. 2 to summon fortitude, 1 to enveloping embrace, 1 to nurturing gift. Because that, yeah, it's 1 to summon fortitude and summon might. And summon bond. Whoa! The bond between a mage and a summoned creature can be strengthened to the point that the creature will trade its own life force to absorb damage dealt to the mage who called it. That it seems extremely beneficial to have as a thing. Wow. This Thena's Common Gaze, this Thena person seems like she or they knew what she and or they were doing. Was doing. Were doing. Ah. Certain people have way more health potions than other people. That's a little odd. I guess it's not altogether totally surprising, but it is a little odd. Lothar has like almost no mana potions left. Maybe throw a couple his way if you get the chance. Man, I like don't know what to do with stuff if I can't feed it to Lil Grey. I guess what am I supposed to do? Sell it? Seems like a waste. This is a great apprentice robe. In a certain manner of speaking. 26 armor. But how does it pick? How do you pick? Armorous cowl. Where and when did you come from? And where and what do you... What and which... do you do?
If Celia says you're...
Noble Soldier's Hammer. 35 to 60 damage. That's almost worth looking completely ridiculous for. almost. Wait. Then does driving add 4 minimum damage and 20% damage? Because this is frosted, but it only adds the 3 to 4 ice damage, nothing else. Huh. Well, whatever. Anyway.
My metallurgy.
I guess we just sell the stuff now. I guess a lot of it is worth a lot. I probably fed Little Gray tens of thousands of gold worth of items. Well, I can almost afford Guardian's Coif. Actually, I can afford Guardian's Coif. But what does it look like on me? Wow. Very goofy, I would say. Why does it have spikes on the front? It also... Hold the phone. Look at where my horns are on my head. Like right over my eyes. Put the Guardian's Coif on. I got one horn right in the center of my head. What? Huh? What? What kind of sense does this make? Anyway, it's just straight up better than this one. But what is that? Oh, sorcerer robe. That's what the sorcerer boots were all about. This crazy looking thing. Well, he actually can use them. Oh, there's one. What does it look like? What in the world? That is an insane look for anyone. What's that thing on the back for? What kind of craziness is that? Now this robe is like very slightly better. By 8 health. That's about the only thing it does. That's different. Which means... which means that this insane Traveler's Adept armor costs 10,000 and it's worse than this 642 robe. Like, it adds more health and it reflects damage, but damage reflection is not really a thing yet we hear about. Instead, looking like a tool is what we care about. And that's what you look like with this on. I'd love to see some enchantable great studded boots. Or leather, or enchantable great leather boots. I don't know, studded leather boots. Leather boots. Whatever. That part doesn't really make a difference to me. Yeah, because studded boots are 5, leather boots are 4. So I don't think it's gonna matter terrifically. Can't even find any studded boots though. Anyway, how much will it cost to enchant these up with the hide that we've got? Although, you know.
Welcome.
Oh, whoa. He's got new stuff. He's got Mandrake Root, and he's got Patterned Shell. Oh, which adds 10 armor. Which is actually more what we want than Tanned Skin. This Tanned Skin is plus 4 armor. Dang it. Well, nonetheless, I can't imagine that
Greetings.
it'll cost less to enchant with those than it will with these. So what approximately are we looking at? Probably like another 4,000. Okay, well, we'll save it. We'll sell the boots back because
Greetings.
I don't think that there's a real point in keeping them. I have a feeling I'm going to get something better. And I can put all the stuff away. Yeah, the tan skins. Since the patterned shells are going to be better anyway, I'll think of something to do with those. Alright, now we're back. Now we're back to business. Lost Valley of the Azionites, huh? Well, gamer code dictates I have to look backwards before doing anything else. If you go behind the place where you were before. But that might actually be where I'm intended to go. Or maybe not. He would look so much cooler if he just stood up a little bit straighter. This is not the kind of robe you can pull off casually. You have to have good posture when you're wearing that insane thing. A shrine. That must mean there's a ghost. And there's a ghost. Yeah, well, what a coincidence. Much as I expected. There's a shrine 2 feet away from the ghost. The hyenas laughing when you kill them is, like, messed up. That's, like, some seriously detrimental, like, that's like mental damage. That's psychical damage. Psychical research. Because you can't say psychic research, because psychic research would just be That would be like researching using psychic powers. So you have to say psychical research. What? Oh, a bone minion. Interesting. And how much health does it have? 10,000. Understood. Boy, do they take a long time. Boots. What type of them? Shadow Step. Boots from the Knights. Shadow Set. Plus 15% chance to find magic items. Okay, well those are going right on. Doesn't even matter. Well, it's a good thing I didn't waste my time enchanting those boots. Dang. Although now I kind of wish I hadn't bought this hat. 7,000 gold because I had that other hat. Well, whatever. Big deal. Rare arcane cestas. Who got those? Yeah, they're rare, but they don't do anything. They stink, in fact. So why would he want them? I don't know what direction it wants me to go. And, let's use the new... Silver mirror. Perhaps it can help you gain access to the blah 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 blah. Yeah. But what about the new mysterious chant? Yep. As expected, generated some random enemies from the fight. Very strong random enemies from the fight, apparently. And I'm dead again. Dog. Well, they didn't even drop anything. So that kind of stank. What kind of a mysterious chant is that? And did they need to be 3 levels higher than me? Was that necessary? Chant. Okay, so the big gold arrow is going the opposite direction of the cave up here. So I'm gonna go in the cave up here first and hope that it's not the cave I'm intended to go. Although it did say something about if you look at the map, something will happen. I don't know what that means. The Cavern of the Phoenix. Interesting. I don't like that the music changed. Also don't love how complicated looking it is. Why is there like sulfuric acid? Harmonic echo? But evidently, you don't use a chant here. Or at least you don't use that one. Huh. Weird. Very weird. I imagine this will make sense later. Or I'll have no choice but to look it up. One or the other. But interesting, for sure. No doubt about that. Or maybe this ghost will explain it to me. Suppose that is also a possibility. Yeah, this is obviously the way you're intended to go. What are those things? Blast wing? They are weird, huh? I really dislike it when enemies just like run right by me to go attack some random member of the party. It gets quite annoying. Blast wing. Weird. By the way, it's kind of a slap in the face that I think one of the main reasons why I never liked this game is that they just like they refused to use any of the enemies that had already been established in Dungeon Siege 1. Like, there's no carryover. What is happening? Why can he not walk? Oh, we got a minion. We got 2 minions. Uh-oh. Now we're in for it. Oh, a ring. Silks of the Master set. But it increases devastation and searing flames and ignite, but we don't care about that. However, I know a fella who could definitely benefit from devastation, as well as 5 intelligence, so that has definitely increased his powers immensely. So nice. Good bone minion. It definitely, when you have to fight a 10,000 health enemy, it definitely feels a lot less like cheating when they give you good stuff. Unique sledge. Well, that's unfortunate. It's terrible. Blood pounder. Well, that would have been good about 10 hours ago. But not so much now. Well, anyway, that was pretty enlightening. That was pretty cool. But we don't have any of the other things from Silks of the Master, so it's, at the moment, just kind of a cool ring. Not really connected to anything else cool. Oh, for goodness sake. Another bone minion? No, another one! It's crazy how little that does. Formidable woven gloves. They don't seem all that formidable, really. Yeah. Although she's now taken off some of the stuff from her set. So, actually, we should probably find her a better chest piece. Because now the set bonus is nothing, is 5% lightning resistance, and this is no longer a good armor for her in any way. But she still wants the gloves because the gloves give her 4% nature magic damage. So she's fine with the gloves. But the rest of it, So the Raptor deals more damage, but it has less armor compared to the lesser Rhinehawk. Interesting. I do think that we want to pop back to town. We can pop down to the shops so that we can get to our better breastplate. If you know what I mean. Also, I want to check what the set bonus is from that. Oh no. Aww. The set bonus is it adds, first of all, it adds damage. So this, because it adds 7 strength, the game thinks that my damage is going to go up because the game doesn't calculate the set bonuses. It only calculates the direct comparison. So it thinks it's going to go up to 152 to 216, but it actually goes down to 143 to 208. Now, it's true that the armor does go down by 14 by putting that on, but it adds another 20% chance to find magic items. And that's like the most important thing in the world, is finding magic items.
Greeting.
Because you can't buy... Okay, well, this is obviously not regenerated. You cannot... Oh! Thank the Lord above that it didn't regenerate. Because that means I could still sell back the Guardian's Koi for full value. Boom. Take a look at that. That's epic. That's big epic style. need that. I don't need that. I don't need that or that. Certainly don't need those, nor do I need this, or that, or even this. And I don't need that. I'm not going to wear those, and so I don't need that either. I don't need drown. And I don't need those. You could almost get the Soot Black Raven armor. But I'm just I'm afraid that if I buy something that's that expensive, I'm like cursing myself to instantly get the like chest piece from Thena's Serenity, which I imagine is the thing that's left. Or no. Actually, there probably is no chest piece for Thena's Serenity since there's only 4 items in it, and I already have the hat, a weapon, and boots. That must mean that the thing that's left is gloves. Still, virtually anything is a better top than what she has on right now. Although I would have liked to have seen something that was enchantable, given I'm flush with cash at the moment. But there appears to be no enchantable stuff. So actually, yeah, this tunic is better. Heh. Yeah, it doesn't really fit. Yeah, okay. And what about you, Daru? Yeah, I think Daru would probably prefer to have 17 extra armor. I can't even see her because I'm right on top of her. I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to make the joke. This cat's boots are terrible. As are his gloves, now that I'm looking at them. Mana regeneration. 8% ranged resistance. Ooh, great. But I'm pretty sure that an extra 8 armor is going to be better than that. And as for his boots... enchantable Great Apprentice boots. Hey! Now that I am flush with cash, as I am, I'll enchant these boots for you, thus ensuring that I get set boots for you that will inevitably replace these boots.
Welcome to Burnup.
Thank you. Let's enchant these boots, shall we?
Greetings.
Yeah. Okay, reasonable so far. Oh. Wait. Hold the phone. Does that mean that if I bought the other patterned shell... come on, guys. Guys, what is happening? What do you mean he's currently busy? Oh no, we broke him.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look. Enchantable Good Mage's Book. Okay. No, why is he busy? Well, I suppose we will have to just go back through the teleporter and then back through the teleporter. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Okay. Now, I'm back to browser. What do you mean he's currently busy? No, that's not possible.
Greetings.
Is it possible for me to do a bad deal? Because it seems like that the price doesn't get crazy until the 5th thing is added. Even though one of these takes up 2 spots, it doesn't count as 2 things for the purposes of pricing. Which means, I believe that the cost of 3 patterned shells, although they're much more expensive than the tan skins, I think that it would actually be cheaper to purchase 6 spots worth of patterned shell and enchant them than it would be to enchant 6 tan skins, which would be very expensive. Dang. But he's busy. The game's broken. Nice.
Please take your time, Brad.
That's fine. Ooh, plasma globes. What? Whoa, summon lesser Stygian twisted snail. Good lord. Summons a Stygian twisted snail to fight for the caster. The macabre construct blasts enemies with ice. Doesn't really have very high of an average damage per second, though. Compared to the Trasac, it's the same. And compared to the Thrusk, it's the same. So where's the improvement at? Okay, well this is strange. Take a look at this. Lesser Grave Beam, 52 to 155. Grave Beam, 47 to 141. But is that just because I don't have it equipped yet? No, it actually does less damage, but has the same mana cost as Lesser Grave Beam. I suppose the reason it exists is so that because you can maximize a spell's power, it can continue growing after it's been maximized, after this one's been maximized. But it actually currently is worse. So why would I want that? Is Jolt the same way? Okay, well, I maximized Jolt's power. For some reason, Grave Beam takes longer to maximize the power of. Firebolt seems to do a lot of damage. But so does Grave Beam. Though that's likely due to having 24% extra death magic damage. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Ignite. Chance to ignite 5%. Ignite damage per second is 0.1 times intelligence. And at the next level, the chance to ignite is higher. And I imagine that eventually the ignite damage per second will go up. .1 times intelligence is currently 8 damage a second for 3 seconds. But if that goes up, well, that could be very beneficial. We might have to switch to a fire build once we hit level 24. That would be interesting. Oh, cast speed increase, so that's cool. Yeah, because vampirism is just lifesteal added to death magic. Death magic lifesteal, but lifesteal is just not that important of a thing, really. Like, it doesn't. What does it get you? I don't think it really gets you anything that a good healer wouldn't already have given you. Like, you should basically always be at full health. Yeah. So currently, Arcanist Bernard thinks that he's having a conversation with Lothar. So no one else can talk to him. But because he thinks he's already talking to Lothar, nothing's happening. So that's pretty unfortunate. So let's get to the teleporter that it seems like is nearby, up ahead. And once we get to that teleporter, then we can close the game and restart. As so much damage is happening randomly is crazy. Thanks. You know, the breaking open the crates thing would feel a lot more beneficial if, say, there was more than 6 gold in every crate that he broke open. But currently there's about 6 gold in every crate he breaks open, so what's even the point? I don't know. Man, that's a good throwing crescent. So she's already at 13 meters on the enchanted scout bow. I think she'd rather have 2% critical hit chance than she would 2% extra damage. Oh, you know what I've just realized? We never figured out? There's that place in back in, like, the beginning of the game, that never actually... There was, like, a weird building that was cutting you off from... Like, obviously there were enemies there on the map, but you couldn't get to them. And I theorized that you might be able to get to them, like, some other way. I don't think we ever got to them. Like, I don't know what the deal with those things was. So that's odd, isn't it? Alright, teleporter activated. Let's just take care of the enemies around it. And then we can reload the game and deal with this Bernard issue. Oh, unique druid staff. 6 armor. The 4 intelligence. Oh, wait. 4% nature magic damage. His arcane cesta support have literally been worthless to him this whole time. 8% magic damage resistance. Wow. Wow. The soul vortex. 5% mana steal. Well, that actually seems very good. Looks pretty interesting, too. Now his weapon is worthy of his insane outfit. So that's cool. Iron. All right. We've activated the teleporter. Save and exit. Continue. Now talk to this clown.
Welcome to...
Yeah. Okay, not exactly what I wanted. And as a matter of fact, there's no difference in whether, as long as I don't see what other people had for sale, then it's not like I'm missing anything. But I just wanna be sure of my theory.
Welcome to Bernard.
Yeah. Is that even though those are all quite expensive in and of themselves, also those mandrake roots are literally a single health better than nestle clutters.
Greetings.
Nettle clusters.
Greetings.
Given that they're 14, but they take up 2 space, so it's 7 per space. The nettle clusters were 6 per space. Anyway. Yeah, 1,500 for all 6 spaces versus yeah, I mean, that's crazy. So these patterned shells are very cost effective. So this these are now like the strongest boots we have in our arsenal by far. He now has more armor, I think, than I do. Yeah, by a lot. Thanks to these boots. Yeah, I think I need a great enchantable chest piece.
My metallurgy.
Because currently my chest piece is where I'm lacking. Where I can't really... I mean, technically speaking, I can give up the Lorathal set at the moment. Like, it doesn't really get me that much. For 2 out of 8 items equipped. Yeah, actually I can replace these gloves without feeling bad at all. The only thing about this is the 1 to 2 weapon damage I don't really care about, but the 8% chance to find magic items, I can't replace that. But if I just find an enchantable great leather jerkin, or... Yeah, I want an enchantable great leather jerkin. That's all I want. Is that so much to ask for? Whoa, great studded tunic? I could get an enchantable great studded tunic. That would be helpful. That would be very helpful, considering that this is just a good studded tunic. Even though it's 40% extra armor, it's not even as good as that other thing.
Good to see you.
And that's a lot of gold worth. Yeah, you can't beat the Enchanted Club. Although the Jolting Forest Pick of Misery definitely tries. 9 minimum damage is a huge thing. So 25 to 28, but it's not as good as 24 to 36. Okay. So I already talked to him, right? Yes?
Back to...
Yeah, back to browse. Yeah. So now we have to get more patterned shells. Because I keep, like, dying, and I want to be invincible. So...
Welcome.
Okay, that's... What good are you, you worthless old man? What a loser. Luckily, I do still need to get something.
My metallurgy.
Enchantable great set of tunic. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Wow. Plus 26% armor. 63 armor. But I'm going to be able to get up to 80 armor. So I don't really care. Now, if there was also enchantable great studded gloves, I would take those. No, the boots, that's no longer an option. The gloves, I can replace the gloves because they don't really do anything. They give me 6 strength, I guess. Yeah, 2 damage. 2 damage and, what, 17 armor, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the enchantable great gloves. Alright, now... Now we probably need more money, though. Gosh dang it. I guess we'll go through the route again. Just a few more times, though. We really did not need to wait for those things. Please stop summoning them. Lovely. Now, if I were to conjure the bad enemy right now, it'd be the exact same enemies, although this lady's helping me fight them. And I'm dead again. Oh, I'm back up though. Okay, so they did drop some stuff. So they do drop stuff. Just not that often. Yeah, I don't know that that's worth it. That might be a waste of time. I think I should probably go back to the other mysterious chant. And now teleport me to the Kithrai Valley, where there's a mana bush waiting for me. Because although it only costs 1,500 gold to enchant something, it also costs like 1,500 gold to buy the pattern shell to begin with. So each item is actually costs around 6,000. Although we currently do have one pattern shell already, that means we still need a lot. So we need to buy 5 of these. We barely have enough for that. Then each one is going to cost it's going to cost 3,000 after that. But we might have enough. We'll take a look. We'll sell our stuff to him this time.
Welcome to...
Whoa, what in the world? I must have hit something. Griffin Crest can enchant shields. 8% chance to block ranged attack. Raven Talon can enchant weapons. 4% mana steal. Versus 3% mana steal. Well, that's all very interesting, but I'm only concerning myself with patterned shells at the moment. Yeah. Alright, now he's got a lot of stuff to sell. Yeah, the tanned skins, they're now worthless to me. I don't care about them at all. These guys need health pretty bad. Let me just check and make sure that there's no enchantable grade leather gloves here. Ah, yeah, like that. Enchantable grade studded gloves. There we go. Oh, for goodness sake. Now that's a crazy look. You don't want that if you can help it. You don't want the shredder do. Those gloves are pretty good. Okay. Let's go back to the storage vault. So she can put her set items in it. Okay. Now, I can basically confirm that yes, we do need more money because we need to buy 4 more of those. Which is going to cost 5,200 goldish. If I'm remembering the number right. The math is definitely right, but I might have remembered the wrong number. It'd be 5,200-ish if each one costs 1,300. We have about 5,200-ish. But they're going to cost 3,000 to enchant. So we need to go through 3 more runs of this. And hopefully that will be the exact number of runs it will take to acquire the rest of the patterned shells. And hopefully, once I do that, I will make up the time it's taking me to do this in the split. Which is to say, the game should become easier due to me having, like, 60 extra armor. Which is a very significant amount of armor. Especially when you only have 100 at the moment. Forgot briefly where I was going. But no biggie. Now, please have patterned shells for me, sir.
Welcome to...
Yes, that's what I like to see. Thank you. And sell these. Yeah. Don't sell any from her. Honestly, I feel like we actually almost have enough already.
Greetings.
Boom. 80 armor. Oh no, my damage will go down by 1. You don't say. But now I have 36 more armor than I did before. Which is pretty significant.
Back.
I kind of worry that my weapon is depreciating. My melee weapon, or my main hand melee weapon. There's only, it's 7 levels past. Oh, by the way, I'm a knight now. You see that? Level 20 knight. Daru is level 20 sharpshooter. Lothar is level 20 sorcerer. And Tar is level 20 grand mage. Little Grey is also a knight. As funny as that sounds. Was he fighting windmills? Ayo, that's a Don Quixote joke. Because he rode on a donkey instead of a horse, which he was made fun of for. And this time, let's do the new mysterious chant again and see if I died quite so quickly as I did before. Remembering to constantly be drinking health potions is definitely a consideration. Huh. The coral fragment, the great silver ring, and the 56 gold. Definitely almost certainly better than any random item I've ever gotten. As far as I know. To the best of my knowledge. Here in my garage with my Lamborghini. Knowledge. I don't call it money, I call it fuel points. To the Kathraya Valley. You know what we should do also is look into that the place we couldn't get to before. I really want to see what that's about. In the beginning of the game, in the Grand Jungle. It's actually right next to a teleporter now that I'm thinking about it. So we can actually go there right now. It's like right next to the very first teleporter you unlock. Yeah, it's right here. See? There's a bunch of blue dots. I wonder what that means. I mean, like, are we ever gonna know what that's about? If only I could see one of the enemies, then I might know if I was intended to get there already or not. Because if the enemies are lame enemies, then we are already supposed. Yeah, suppose doesn't work there. If we're already meant to be there or not would be determined based on the level of the enemies found. What's weird is that there's blue dots on it. blue dots don't really... That's not really a thing. Because they have a mod that removes item... Like, there's no blue dots here. So what does a blue dot mean when you have all of the outlines removed? I don't really know.
Welcome to...
175 and 212. Yeah, those are definitely worth it. Just let them have their whatchamacallums. Just let them have their mana potions. Don't take away their super mana potions. Unless... It's close. It is definitely close. Let's get the last shell, and then we can make a decision on whether or not we sell their mana potions.
Welcome.
Okay, well that's not helping anybody, old man.
Welcome. Back.
Oh, come on. You're just making the game take longer. Come on. I mean, honestly, it makes no sense that this is how the game works.
Welcome.
Is it even changing? It's like the same stuff. 2 mandrake roots, a sapphire splinter, 1 rainbow trinket, 1 diamond thorns. But in a game where you can reload and he refreshes his inventory, it doesn't really make any sense that he doesn't just have an infinite amount of stuff.
Welcome.
Okay, it's different because the shells are here this time. Let's see if that's enough. It might be enough. It might be just barely enough. It costs more than that to enchant the chest piece, but maybe... Oh, for goodness sake.
Greetings, friend.
Okay.
Greetings.
Please take your time browsing through.
Greeting.
I can't sell my gloves to make up the... I sold my chest piece, but I can't sell the gloves because there's 8 pieces of Lorethal's Grace, so I'm obviously nowhere close to having all of the pieces. So I can't get rid of one just because it doesn't suit me at this moment. Oh, there we go. I now have a significantly larger amount of
If
armor.
Celia said
25 to 42. Oh, man. Oh, what is that? A flanged mace? I'll be the judge of that. Nine dexterity? That's crazy. A 30 mana. Well. I mean, the Noble Soldier's Hammer is so much better than my Bastard Sword. I don't know what to do. Because, like, my damage output is heavily tied to my main hand weapon. Like, Brutal Attack goes off my main hand weapon. Although it does say Next Strike. It goes off my main hand damage. The waves of 4th, main hand weapon damage per wave. So, it's all about the main hand weapon. But if I use a non-sword two-handed sword, it looks completely absurd. Now, like, a fighter staff, it looks kind of silly, but at least he holds it in 2 hands. Hammers, he holds them both in 1 hand. It doesn't make sense. So, anyway. Ignoring that. Going back to the lost value. Going back to the lost value of the Azionites. They need to generate more value. A bunch of iron mines. You did not need to move that far, bro. Oh, man. There's so many Reapers, bro. Whoa, that's what a Blastwing does, huh? They, like, shoot fire. Continuous fire shooting. I guess that's why they call them that. It makes sense now. Where am I meant to go? Oh, through this door. No doy. I don't know why it was like blocked off in my mind. I didn't even consider going to the open door. There's just so many enemies in this game. So close together that I don't even look at, like, their health. And what's weird is that the numbers are both way bigger and way smaller this whole time. She hasn't been helping us because she's been on Town Portal. That's my bad. Sorry, Tar. In Dungeon Siege 1, there were virtually no enemies that had 3,000 health. Like, that just doesn't make... That wasn't a thing. And yet, the characters dealt more damage than this. It's weird, because he's dealing way more damage than you would expect a mage to do, and she's dealing way less damage than you would expect an archer to do, but they're both doing a bunch of damage still. So it's not as, like, it's weird. It's not as cut and dry. Oh, there's a button here. I knew that looked weird. Oh, some lost elven ruins. Well, I found them. Can we go? Cave in. Cool. Well, it seems like maybe we can just go. There's a war pedestal, but... Oh, no, there's a door. I didn't see the door. Maybe. Guess we can't just go. A little too convenient. If only I... But yeah, like... We zoom in on this. There's no blue dot here for this button. I think there's intended to be a blue dot for that. Secret area, huh? Mind telling me where it is? I don't see any secret area. What's that about? Oh, it's on the other side. Okay. Yeah, that's not normally what we mean when we say a secret area. Normally not, like, filled with enemies. Normally filled with treasure. Up, bone minion. Sorry, what? What is that? Cripple. Melee and ranged attack speed reduced by 65%. Health reduced by 35%. Well, that's not good. Wow, it really is slow. There he is. Seems like the level is scaled to the location and not to my level. Dang. I was hoping for a set item. Didn't get one. Oh, I forgot to put this in my crate. Well, that's fine. 30. 37. I think I know which one that I would pick. What do you mean, I can clearly see that I meant to go down there. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there are no stairs. Never mind. No, I don't see any button, though. Dang it. Oh, there's a button right there. Why am I so gleggied? It's causing me such problems. There's the other button. A button to hit a button. It's the perfect game. where's the button this time? The final button obviously wouldn't just put you in an empty room. Do you really need to tell me I found a secret area every single time I press the button? It doesn't seem very secret. If there's 100 of them in a row, and it's filled with people who are already here. How secret can it really be? Unreal that question marks hasn't shown up once. It's seriously like you got taken out the dang game. But I know that that could not be true. A door. An elven prison? What? Huh. There's a person in here. A lost elven ruin with an elven prison with a, evidently an immortal fellow.
Power shall be mine!
Enchanted pillar. Well, I'll just save the game before I do this. Dang, you need to have a special weapon equipped to affect this. I just want to go in there and kill him. Why are they imprisoning him? He's clearly insane. Well, oh, hold on. I can't believe I saw that. Still have no help with that. But I knew that that couldn't be it. There had to have been a button. And there was. And I found it. Whoa. Big chest. That seems dangerous. Don't turn into a mimic. Bucket? Mysterious bucket. Bucket from Mysterious set. The owner of this bucket has an uncanny knack for finding that which is hidden. Armor 18. Requires character level 30. Vex quit from. 40% belligerence. 10% looking like a fool. 20% chance to find magic items. Well, that's absurd. Why would you do this to me, game? Why would you give me something like that? Why is that just a thing you can get in the game? Like, that's... I somehow remember that. I think that when I was a kid, I installed a mod that had shops that just sold everything, like, in the whole game. And that very strange thing, that bucket, must have been in the shop. Which means that it's not a mod that I installed recently that added that weird bucket thing. That's just like a part of the game. Now, what I'm finding a little hard to accept is that we never found any way to get into the bottom of the thing. But, I suppose we did find that guy, and then we did find a big chest that had, unfortunately, the equivalent of nothing in it. Didn't literally have nothing in it, but it basically had nothing in it. Since I'm not ever going to be able to use this bucket for anything. strange thing that was. Oh, sweet, a mana bush. A mana bush that had a lot of mana potions in it, too. It looks like there's an offshoot that I just didn't go in all the way. So we will be turning around right now. So we can go fully explore that. I must have been too excited by the promise of the teleporter to notice that I was missing something. It's understandable in a way. You have to forgive yourself for some things. That is a very weird looking thing coming out of the rock face there. I wonder what that is. Oh, these are not scorpions. These are Iraka. Iraka. I don't know. Wow, I just like walked past these ruins? What was I thinking? There's obviously going to be some interesting stuff here. Nothing on this side though. Yes, the sheep are shorn on this side. Nice. Excellent. Yeah, how did it know that that's exactly what I was hoping for, too? They sure are a lot of scath. And I sure have killed a lot of them. Almost feel bad for them. They are attacking me first, though. So no one can say that I did anything untoward, okay? I mean, well, they could. No one's stopping them from saying that. But that doesn't make it true, okay? No one can rightfully say, okay. I just have a feeling that these bone minions are not in the base game, since I had no idea that they were a thing. I don't mind the gloves, though. Eternal Grace? What? 13 dexterity, 8 max damage. Yeah, so 13 dexterity and 8 max damage. As well as 7% health steal and 8% power recharge rate. Well, this also has 8% power recharge rate. Unfortunately, what Saber's Signal does is add a lot to a lot. Whereas Eternal Finesse at the moment does nothing. But that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting gloves there. Wow. What are the chances? More gloves. Moon Needle. Yeah, I already had those. It's weird that they require ranged 11, but they add 10% nature magic damage. So, I don't know in really what situation you'd use those. But I guess that's not really my concern. Because my way is already set. I'm not restarting. Hold it. Hold it. There's an outcropping here. Just because I can't get into the tower doesn't mean I don't have to explore it. Okay, I can't get in there, but evidently Tar can. Tar didn't find anything, so let's get out of here. Infuriating that switching to a different person stops everyone dead in their tracks. No matter what they're doing, they just instantly stop. What's the point of that? Why would you make that a thing that happens? They had to program that. They had to add that intentionally. That's a feature of the game. What on earth were they thinking? Why is that a feature of the game? That when you change party members, they all stop dead, like they're soulless automatons. It doesn't make sense. I'd Spike Shell again. How many times are they gonna give me this unique item? We're back in an Azunite Cavern. Why is he running away from me? Why are you running from me? That was weird. Scrub holes. Sweet. boots I won't even look at. It's another thing with this game. When it tells you how good something is before you look at it, you don't need to look at it. Because this game does not have any enchantments that have the kind of, like, meaning to them that some enchantments in Dungeon Siege 1 had. Which was, like, in Dungeon Siege 1, the attributes, strength, dexterity, and intelligence were roughly equivalent to how the melee ranged and the magic skills work in this game, where they're like barriers to entry for things, and they take a while to level up. I mean, not that long, but they take a long time to level up. There are some enchantments that increased your attributes. So even if an item was not very good, you would still want to look at it, even if it might not have a lot of armor or something. But in this game, where how good an enchantment of that an item can have is dependent on what quality it is, when it tells you the quality before you even pick up the item, it does, you don't even bother looking. So in some ways it saves time, and in some ways it makes the game less fun. So I think you really have to, it's a decision that you would need to make for yourself, whether or not it's worth it for you. Yeah, someone from the party does have the survival skill. What are you talking about? This is getting pretty annoying. Here we go. There's a single potion in it? Are you joking me? What a tease. Alright. They're finally kind of like catching up to me. For a long time, I was like way ahead of them in levels. And I think we've finally basically equalized at this point. Plague Scath Zealot. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, there's Shoal Sards in there. That's not good. We're in a bit of a strange room. I don't know what to make of this room. There's one way in and one way out, though. And they are not the same way. But there is one way in and one way out. I think normally when people say that, they mean that the entrance and the exit are the same. But in this case, there's one entrance and there's one exit. So I guess there's two ways in and there's two ways out, but not really. Because you can't go in twice. So there's only ever one way into something, and that's the way that you're about to use, or that you already used. And there's only ever one way out, because you can only exit something one time before you go back in. So by definition, there's only one exit. From a time-encompassing perspective. We are kind of spread out, huh? By which I mean I ran ahead for some reason. But I'm good now. Clockwork Bridge, huh? Sorry, is someone throwing axes at me? Ooh-hoo-hoo. Wow, it sounded like she died, but she definitely didn't. Huh. There appears to be nothing I can do. Okay. I was gonna say to keep Daru from using her technique, but I guess it wasn't true. Really, I'm about to complete part of the quest. Are you serious? Oh, God. That's a lot of mirrors, and that's a lot of almost naked top women, but not naked, but only just barely. What's the point of putting that in the game? Why'd you make them look like that? They could have made them look like anything. Why did they put turtles just barely covering the most sensitive areas? What's going on? Is there a purpose of that for that? Oh, good lord. Well, I'm no stranger to mirror puzzles, but it generally helps to have the goal first. Interesting. So there's a bridge, but you can get to both sides of it very easily. So what is it even for? Well, do we just need to figure out which one is gonna catch the light first? Oh, there's a behind. Yeah, looks like probably this one. I mean, this is kind of stupid. This type of mirror puzzle is not interesting in any way. Because you just have to follow the beam of light, and it's trivial what direction it should face, because it was just always going to face the only direction it can. Yeah, thanks. That's a great direction to rotate. Whoa! That is not what I expected do occur. And now, this is just, I didn't click that. You clicked that. This is just my theory, but we may come back here. And if that's the case, then this is the stupidest puzzle of all time, because you could have just jumped off the side of the thing and been fine. So hopefully we don't come back here at any point. That was very weird. Why do we... The pathing is like getting completely broken on the stairs. That's pretty funny. Wow, okay, well we're going down far enough that it's making me think that we might not be coming back up. We might be teleporting out of here. That is immense. Lost Vault of the Azionites. Why are they standing like that, do you think? It's a weird stance. Azionite artifact. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not buying it. You can't make me pick that up. Give me a break. Something bad is gonna happen when I pick that up. I don't know where that came from. Huh. Who picked that up? I didn't pick that up. Well, an ancestor of the Azionites is here.
Greetings.
Stand back.
You have nothing to fear from me. I am a spirit, nothing more.
Spirits can be fearful creatures.
It has been such a long time.
What do you mean?
It has been an age since a living member of the tribe has breathed this shrine's air. It is good.
Of which tribe do you speak, spirit?
Why, child, I am of the tribe of Azionai, as are you.
What? How can that be? The Azionites all died long ago.
The artifact is protected by a power that none formed of flesh may withstand, no matter how great they may be. Yet you hold it in your hands. Only one of true Azionite lineage can do so and live.
How can I know that you speak the truth?
I am a spirit. I have no cause to lie.
Okay, well, that doesn't tell me
Listen
anything.
to your heart. You are descended from the mighty Azionites, as was your dear friend.
Trevin.
The very same.
What? How do you know about
He knew
Trevin?
the truth about his heritage, and yours.
He knew? He never breathed a word of it to me.
It was not yet time for you to know. The blood of the Azionite mystics raced in his veins. He could gather glimpses of the future, and what he saw was dark indeed. He held his tongue because of this.
What did he see, spirit?
The ascendancy of Voldis, the Morden spreading like a plague across the land, and hints of his own death. That is why he gave his medallion to you.
He knew Voldis was going to kill him?
Perhaps not, but he knew death was near. In giving his medallion to you, he was protecting our lineage. For as long as an Azionite possesses that object, our power still burns in this world.
So, I am truly an Azionite, a member of the tribe that confronted Zeramoth.
More than that, you are a direct descendant of Azionai himself. You have the blood of the Defender coursing through your veins.
Azionai and who? Who is the mother of the line? What? Who were the Azionites, and how did you come to remain here?
There is more to tell, but that must wait until I have cleared the way. See your journey through. Take the artifact to Windstone Fortress. The shadow of Voldis is upon it even now.
I can take this artifact to the fortress, but what will I do with it once I arrive? This is nothing but an empty bowl.
The bowl is not a weapon as it is, true. but it carries your salvation. Go to Windstone Fortress. There is an Azunite vault inside. The vault contains a blue flame, the eternal fire of Azunai. Enter the vault, dip the bowl into the flames, and take it to the Temple of Zyria at the heart of the fortress. Have faith, my child.
What does Voldis want from the fortress?
Windstone Fortress is the only thing that stands between Voldis and the Kingdom of the Northern Reach's western flank. There is a portal inside, guarded by a few brave soldiers. Now you must hurry. Voldis's power is growing even as we speak.
Will we meet again?
You would do well to keep your thoughts focused on Voldis.
What is he going to do?
That I cannot say. Take these items and meet me outside. I can help you reach the fortress.
Aye, on my way. Thank you.
Wow, we've been given skill points. How incredible. We got a lot of stuff on our hands here. We're getting kitted out. Now how am I supposed to meet him outside? What is he talking about? Oh, that's so funny. Take these items. I already picked them up. They didn't. I guess they didn't test this with the donkey. The donkey opened that chest before it existed. Because it was just, like, uninteractable. It's not that it wasn't there. So he opened it in advance. Now, how do I meet him outside? You're not telling me that I have to, like, walk all the way back up, right? Also, where is this? Is this like water on the, like, it's coming out of the water? Yeah, I think that's water effect. Huh. I don't want to have to walk all the way back up. Well, whatever. Waiting in the cave above. But that means that I didn't go all the way through the first cave. I thought that I'd have to leave and go back. To the cave that the road to the Azunite Shrine was on. There he is.
Resistance forces will be at the fortress. They need you.
I'm on my way, but first, please tell me about the Azunites, and how did you come to remain here?
When I was mortal, Zaramoth cast his long shadow over the world. He meant to crush all of Arana beneath his heel, and he would stop at nothing to realize his ambition. He was a cruel and violent ruler, unfit to lead. Azunai knew this, and refused to submit to the power of Zaramoth and his dark wizards.
Go on.
Azunai was a great warrior, a champion of our people. He gave us the will to resist Zaramoth and his followers. I was a sorcerer in those days, and led an assault against Zaramoth's dark wizards. I was defeated, and would have been laid to rest peacefully, as was the tradition of the Azunites. However, I felt that was not my destiny, and chose instead to have my bones placed here. where I could
My
manifest and
bones.
speak to the living in times of need.
There were dark wizards even then.
Yes, the same immortal dark wizards who today cause so much sorrow. Their ambition was to seize control of the River of Souls beneath the earth. If they could control magic itself, they could control all of Arana. They thought that no one could stop them, but Azunai was a fierce leader. He rallied our tribe around him, and none of Zaramoth's cruelty could force us into submission. If we had prevailed, the world would be a different place today. Alas, the end time came, and our world nearly disappeared. But not completely, for the legacy of Azunai still continues. You are proof of that.
That
that is extremely interesting that he said this. The Dark Wizards are immortal, and they're the same Dark Wizards. Valdis's Dark Wizards are the same Dark Wizards who helped Zaramoth. What? That does not bode well. That essentially, I mean, if you think about it, then that basically means that Valdis is a pawn of the Dark Wizards. The Dark Wizard's ambition was to seize control of the River of Souls. And now they're using Valdis to get to the River of Souls. Valdis has got nothing to do with this. It's all about the Dark Wizards. Huh. That is very interesting lore. I wonder if Zaramoth also was like a rube, just like Valdis is. Anyway.
And what is the significance of Dreven's medallion?
It was crafted long ago. Its purpose is shrouded in mystery. But I do know that you must guard it with your life. It holds the promise of a new future.
Thank you. I will be off now. So...
Whoa. Interesting. Blew a hole in the wall. Whoa. The cliffs of Azunai. We're on a road now. There was a cave in. Wow. Teleporter.
Just to warn you,
Okay.
there may be trouble once we arrive in Amanlu.
Oh, okay.
Before I left there, it is true that I heard some accusations against a half-giant who later fled. That is all I know. Was that you?
Probably. You know this as well. I aim to clear my name.
I have nothing to say, evidently.
Well, cool. This appears to be the same enemies we were fighting before. Interesting. This road really stinks, huh? There's a cave-in on one section, and you barely go, like, what, like 200 meters? If that? And now you have to go all the way through a cave to get back to the other side. Nice. Yeah, perfect. Right. Okay. But what if, and hear me out, we went back to the Azionite Desert, and we finished up that cave that I thought we'd be going back to get to Windstone Fortress, since it said that Windstone Fortress was through the cave. They tricked me. They fooled me with, they fooled me with the signpost. How was I to know that it was a lie? How was I to know what was in your mind? I was unprepared for the changes I would find. Just dropping a bunch of my junk. And also everyone should drop their junk. Because we literally have a pack mule. We don't need to be carrying all this stuff. Jeez. I didn't mean to pick you. That's not what I wanted you to do. Okay. Stupid crabs. There's so many Reapers, bro. This is insane. Oh, hey, look, Little Gray's finally carrying stuff on his back. Weird. Would have sworn that I'd already opened that chest. Bunch of Reapies. Kill them all. Kill them. All of them. More stupid sand crabs. I guess a lot of crabs are near sand. It's kind of like where they chillax, now that I think about it. Crabs are kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, crabs are kind of weird. Because they've got legs, but they live in the ocean. Isn't that kind of a weird thing? Because wouldn't they be pretty slow underwater with legs instead of like fins and such? I guess I'm not actually too sure how crabs work. Oh, come on, guys. Stop kidding around. Stop. Quit joking with me, fellas. Nimble foot. 5 dexterity, 5 armor. 10% chance to dodge ranged attacks. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, see how it says Windstone Fortress that-a-way? It was like all this stuff I didn't do. Because I thought that this is the way I would need to go after doing the shrine thing. Belligerent scaff cat. Oh, a unique leaf jerkin, huh? That does seem pretty unique. Luna Petals. Give it to her. 38 versus 44, but adds 10 dexterity. So she will definitely wear it. Yeah. And it is pretty unique. That's pretty cool looking. I approve. Okay. 2 mana potions. Nice. And then I don't really understand what I'm looking at. But that's fine. It's kind of a common problem, not knowing what one is looking at. Anyway, back to town. Because I've got all the time in the world. I don't need to worry about Valdis. I happen to be privy to the fact this is a video game. And thus...
my metallurgy skill.
Thus I don't really care about what the game thinks is reality. 'Cause it's not my reality. Whoa! Plate greaves. I might be getting into plate. Of course, it's not going to be 80 armor like this enchanted studded tunic is. Most likely, at any rate. Yeah, I don't even need to save those boots. I can guarantee you that they're not going to be useful for me. Transmute. Now this stuff, I don't think I need any of this stuff. Hold it. Don't throw away Grave Beam. Because to buy it would be a waste of money. But to sell it would also be a waste of money, because I will need it at some point. Hold on. The Raven armor. Nope. Wolf Tunic is better than the Raven armor, so you don't need to worry about it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I've maximized Grave Beam's power. So soon we'll be getting into the lesser grave, or the regular Grave Beam, right? Regular Grave Beam territory. In theory.
Greetings, friend.
Ooh, blind. It blinds enemies. Lesser lightning blast. Wow. And regular leech life instead of lesser leech life. Then of course the plasma balls, which I don't necessarily know if that's fire or lightning, because both of those would make sense. What do they consider to be plasma? Because there's a couple different uses of the term. Frost beam. That seems better than an ice bolt. Summon lesser scorpion. Fast movement speed. Yeah, we'll do it. Healing a cascade. 81 life to party instantly versus 105 life to target instantly. 47 mana versus 76 mana. So we'll get it. I don't understand in what situation she'll use each one, but I guess that's not really my concern at the moment. But it definitely, it mogs Healing Rain, that's for sure. Even if it is less. Healing Rain costs more mana, and it takes 8 seconds to restore 134 life. So this is, it costs less mana, but it also restores less life, but it also restores it instantly. So I think it's relatively obvious what you go for there. It has to be Frostbeam. Which is why I already bought it. Obvi. Okay. Still no enchantable spell books. That doesn't appear to be a thing people are doing anymore. It's a shame. Now let's see what stuff he's got over here.
Welcome to
Let's see what you have. Griffin Feather, plus 3 damage for ranged weapons. But what about fighter weapons? What do they get? Also, it's plus 3 damage, but it takes up 2 slots, so it's actually plus 1.5 damage. which isn't as good as Coral, which is 2 to 3 damage in one slot. So it's like, give me a break. It's like, what have you been trying to do?
If Celia says...
Ooh, bladed staff. Grim flanged Mesa the Swift. Good forest pick. Great hammer. 15 to 25 versus 12 to 20. And it's a hammer instead of a stupid club. And in terms of two-handed weapons, I don't see any that can replace the Bastard Sword still. Although 22 to 38 is the same average damage as what I have right now, and that's with no enchantments whatsoever that increase damage. So yeah, I might have to replace the Totem Sword, but it's only enchantable good. I'd love to see one that was better, you know what I mean, because then it would be better instead of not as good. Believe it or not. I know you might find that difficult to accept, but accept it you must. I don't make the rules, except for the fact that I do. If you ignore the rules that I do make, then I don't make any rules. Just so long as you discount the ones that are contrary to the point.
Greetings.
Greetings. Why does she say it like that?
Greetings. Are you here to purchase new equipment?
No thanks. I don't know what I'm here for. This is a question.
Please take your time browsing through...
Huh. Well, I think that is about it for today. Yeah, I do want to exit. Yep. That's exactly right. Well, that's about it for this video. Thank you for being here. I hope I made your time just a little bit more enjoyable, or at least I hope I didn't make it any worse. If you liked the video, please like the video and dislike it if you didn't, so I know if you liked it or not. Leave a comment if you've something to say, and subscribe to the Master Page YouTube channel if you want to see more. That's about all I've got, so good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Page.